We are looking live. He says there's a black screen. Is it live? Looks live. I don't know what's happening. It's very difficult to ascertain this stuff in YouTube. I think that they would actually make it easy to find out. They don't. I just get a spinner. I have to go to the actual stream to look at it. Let's see. Okay, we're live. Let's do the posts. Oops. Post. So. We're building out Scoped Custom Element Registries in Firefox. We've been doing this for the last 2 days, so if you aren't caught up, maybe go watch those, even though that's like 8 hours of content. I say content with the most generous of terms. Watching me watch a compiler is not really content, but anyway, here we are. Luckily there's a spec that's being formed at the moment. So our wonderful editor Anna has been adding spec, which is great because we can read it and think less about the implementation work and more about just implementing what the spec says. One of the things the spec says is an element has an associated custom element registry. So we were doing that yesterday with set custom element registry and custom elements. So we have this slot, and we have the getter for that slot. We also have a compiler on custom element registry. One of these for buffers. I'll search my buffers tab. Those? No. I don't know how to do. Oh, here we go. Custom element registry is buffer 0. Okay, cool. I know how to do this now. 1280 is the line that is failing. No, it's 1208. If I can read. This needs to be null pointer, that's all. Okay. We'll rebuild. So let's look at the spec. We have a spec, or the formations of a spec. So every element has to have a associated custom element registry, which we have. We also it's a little bit annoying. The HTML spec, when you get a PR, it shows you there's a little thing down here that lets you see all of the diffs. Or maybe I'm just clicking on the wrong link. Maybe that does exist. Someone, if I go here, put this link in. Collapse. Yeah, here we go. This thing. Right here. And so when you click next, you get to the next bit of the diff. So this is the insertion steps, and so we'll look at that in a little bit. Well, I wonder if there is a shortcut for this. Use J. Okay, yeah, there we go. And K goes back. Okay, great. So clone a node. We'll skip all that for now. So shadow root nodes have shadow root's host associated is null. That was always true, but it's just been moved. They have delegates focus, which is a boolean. I think this is just added for clarity. Have associated custom element registry, which we've done. Have associated keep custom element registry null. That is interesting. So we will look at that maybe. And get a steps to return the custom element registry, which is fine. We're going to say the word custom elements a lot, so bear with. Oh, did the build work yesterday, says Pascal. No, it didn't, because I was very silly, because in its content utils, I did is lowercase ASCII, but then in the header file, I did is lower ASCII, and so it's had an out-of-line definition. The wonders of C++, where you have to code everything twice, and if you make a mistake, it'll tell you off and fail the build. And hello to Brecht, and thank you very much for the subscribe. Hopefully I'll do some more of these in the future, and you can watch those. But yeah, Pascal, I agree. It's fun to hang out and do this, right? I actually booked this week off of work just to work on this, but my real holiday starts next week. I booked the next 3 weeks off, but this week I carved out just for this. Cool. So I'm just going to run this test, and I'm not thinking too much about what this does, but we should go read it maybe. But it's all passing. Now, what test did we actually run? We ran element custom elements tentative, which we have open. Cool. This one. I don't think this one was passing before. I think this one was crashing. So we've made a small step forward. So this one says the new custom element. So now we've got a bit of a spec. Actually, we should check this. Sorry, my thoughts are all over the place here, I think. But, let's pull up the spec. Let's, where is the spec? There's the spec. Oh god, I've got windows everywhere. Right, okay. Let's see what this is. This we close. This we pull into here. So this is the elements custom element registry. So element has a custom element registry, which is null or a custom element registry object. It also has a custom element definition and its value and so on and so forth. But so it says to create an element, Boolean synchronous custom and null. Or a custom element registry object. So create an element needs to be fed this custom element registry object, and then if it's not given, set registry to the result of looking up a custom element registry given document. Okay, interesting. Did you get a response to the custom element registry question? I presume you mean this question. So why custom element registry question mark, as in why does this return null? Can we not just use document custom elements? Nana said it will likely return null in cases where there is no browsing context and it has not been inserted into a tree with a non-null registry parent. So what we would probably want to do is so I think at the moment in ours in element, isn't it? We look at owner.custom elements. But I guess this could return a null pointer. That just go anywhere useful. This will be in document, which we have open. Two elements. Oh no, it's in document or shadow root. Must be in document. In document H. Custom elements. Huh. How's this working? Where is it? Where is it getting custom elements from? What is owner doc? Let's go find out. Owner doc. Well. So owner doc gets the document, which is a document. Fine. I thought we added custom elements to document. In document or shadow root. And this can return null pointer when not attached. Okay, so this is easy enough. We should go to element web idle. Whoops. Element idle. And we'll just change this to custom element question. So create, we need to figure out what is the active custom element constructor map? E. Okay, so what we should also probably do is write a test. So custom elements. Like. I think if we did something like weird, if you do, you know what, let's fire up this. We need to go to sample.com before we get some screwy stuff. So if we said, I think it's document.implementation. Was it lowercase? Yeah, document.implementation. Destruct this, or do you say create HTML document? Create element div. Some elements. Haha. This is what I was after. So this is a kind of weird unattached state that should return null. So let's write a test for this. So it's document.implementation.create element div, and div.customerElements should equal null, and this should say document implementation, or like elements created on unattached documents return. Don't need this. This. Whoops. Yeah. Now if we run the whoopiters, we should see a failure. We should see a crash. And we'll get the... Oh, we just see a failure, which is interesting. Oh, because document create implement... Document... wait. Didn't even do the right thing, did I? It was document implementation... Something, something. this. So document implementation, create HTML document, and then we can say doc.create element div. This is one of those weird and wonderful horrible things about DOM where like you can just randomly create documents. But I really don't know what the purpose is of this, other than adding complexity to all of these implementations. So we go to element CPP. There's nothing really here that's special, right? We're just, unless owner doc do that. Can owner doc return null? No, it's a null return. It will just return the document implementation. So custom elements in, I guess, document or shadow root. Have that open. Not have document or shadow root. Custom elements. This be issue. Might also be to do with template tag, because that will be ignored as well as long as it is not attached right. Not following what you're saying, Pascal. Might also be to do with tag. That will be ignored. Oh, you're saying like the null? This chain. Oh, interesting. This needs to be. Oh, that's annoying. Now it's returns null. It needs to say get custom elements. Also means the header. Yeah, right. So an empty template element, or rather a template element that has like, what is it? Scoped custom element, shadow root scoped registry or whatever it was. Shadow root custom elements. Shadow root custom elements. Like Steve says here, it will return null if shadow root custom elements is set on a template. Yeah, I don't know if this template. I think as soon as it hits here, it will start as a like it's immediately instantiated as soon as it sees shadow root mode open, so it might even be here in the parser. As soon as it gets to this equal sign, it'll be like, right, this is now a shadow root, and so it casts it to a shadow root. I think a template, like the inner contents, I guess, were casted. I don't know. So Yeah, there's like create element. Both of the create element steps now need to take an optional custom element registry object. What else have we got? Kernel. Attach shadow. If custom elements exist, set registry to it. We've already done this. To attach shadow, given an object registry, we've done that. Like this contrast is unreadable. Node document custom element, right? Yeah, sure. We've done that. Set custom element registries registry. We've done that. Registry equals element.custom. Yeah. That's just the normative stuff. Okay, so the chunky bits are the bits that we haven't done, which is surprising. So the one of those is this insert step. It says adopt the node into the document. If child is null, append to children, otherwise insert into the parents. Or index is index. Shadow host. Slotting stuff. Then for each shadow, including inclusive descendant in shadow order, run insertion steps. Inclusive descendant is connected and is element. If inclusive descendant's custom element registry is null, then set inclusive descendant's custom element registry to the result of looking up custom registry in the parent. So this says if a custom element registry hasn't been set, in this case for us this means in this case if this slot is empty, so if like not slots custom element registry get, then we are to look up the custom element registries on the parent. So I think we'll call like get containing document or shadow root dot custom elements and set it to that slot. And then the same is true here, right? So if the is connected, the inclusive descendant is connected to shadow root, custom element registry is null, and keep custom element registry is false. This is saying if you append a shadow root into another shadow root, then it should set the custom element registry of the shadow root to the parent's shadow root. So you can append well, I guess this is you can append elements with shadow roots into shadow roots that have a custom have a scoped registry, and the child shadow root will take on the parent's custom element registry. Which is fine. Curious though, this should probably run upgrades. Because it's setting a custom element registry. What if this shadow root is populated? what maybe this changes. Oh, good. Hello world. The custom element registry. Oh. When does this change? This doesn't change. I'm guessing there's work to do here. What I imagine is the reason why this doesn't have upgrade steps, because I doubt it was an oversight, is that when a node is appended to a shadow root, we want to set keep custom element registry null to true so that shenanigans don't go on, right? Like if you're appending a document, you have like a reified DOM tree inside of a shadow root. You don't want it to suddenly change upgrade steps. You don't want to fire off upgrade steps and suddenly all of your existing elements now get definitions, I imagine. And so consequently, I will probably ask, is the purpose of to prevent being reified load on from to upgrade Scoped Registry. Now flag set. Yep. I don't know if that makes sense, but we'll get an answer hopefully. Maybe I'll just hang on. Oh, we'll see. Right, this should pass the tests now. We have custom element lot null should return null. Hey. Right, we're in a good place. I'm going to commit because I wasn't committing too quickly before, and that was causing problems. This is good. This is fine. Yeah, this is needed. That was the one I just looked at. Needed. That was the failing build. Let's add in question. Adding a new test, great. Okay, so let's go look at this. Insert a node. I'm just going to take a punt and look and see if we have... Sometimes the comments from the spec, like sometimes people paste the spec with comments into the code, and so it's a good way to search for stuff. But in this case, I don't. So other. Could also look for the link for this, which doesn't seem to be linking here, but we search for this. That node. Why is this not? Yeah. So we can also search for this. And here we are. This is in bind to tree. But we're quite late in the steps. 772. 772 is here. However, we might find that we're in the right kind of place to add this change. So this is 772 still. So it says if it's connected. The diff here that really send it home. If inclusive descendants custom, then we're going to enqueue a connected callback and try to upgrade. Here we say if inclusive descendants custom element registry is null, then we need to set the custom element registry. And so in this bit of code, this is the bit we need to set custom element registry. I don't think there's any point in setting the custom element registry for a built-in. Well, I guess there is, because it will. You then move that out of the shadow tree, append a custom element into that. Presumably it's going to look up. There was a thing about looking up, right? Looking up a custom element registry. It's actually defined. Doesn't look like this is defined. I imagine that's going to be a flat tree traversal. It's not going to be unless it's defined here. Right here. This is a new thing that has yet to be defined, and I don't know what that's going to do. Being an inclusive descendants parent. Give an inclusive descendants host. I think look at our custom element registry is probably just going to call element custom. Let's go to this binding thing anyway. So this was element bind to tree. Element C. So if this, want to say, going to get the extended DOM slots. We get existing what we want. Going to get the existing DOM slots. if not slots or well, yeah, or not slots custom registry get, then we should call that custom registry with something. A parent is, I hope, it's an SI node. I was hoping it was going to be something element. I was hoping it's something that had a custom elements getter, but it does not. Unless we make an SI node have a custom elements getter. Is there a reason that that would be a good idea? I don't think so. What can we do with that? We can say I think we want to say like element. Yeah. So let's go look at NSI node. As it is. Like it has an is element. Probably better off looking for these sorts of definitions. Is container node might also be interesting. As document, is there an as shadow? Is there an as element? There is an as element. So we can say if element a parent as element a element get some element registry. Then I think document or shadow root, yeah, so get containing document or shadow root is here. So I think we can say a element, a parent, get containing. This is going to be a document or shadow root. This root. And we'll do the same here, where we'll say root, this custom element registry. No, D. Right. So what are we saying here? We're saying if we don't have custom elements, so we can grab from the spec here as well. So if inclusive descendant, and inclusive descendant is us, if that is null, then we're going to set the, this is the if is null. Then we're going to set custom element registry to the result of looking up custom element registry, and this I think is the lookup. Yet to be defined, so it's a bit difficult to know for sure what the intent here is, but custom element registry is not in document or shadow root because it's called custom elements. Yeah, so this looking up a custom element registry I think is kind of this. And we could probably put that into put it into NSI node. No member named get custom element registry in element. Get oh, because it's get custom elements. So let's go NSI node. And in here, we'll say in Mozilla, nope, in DOM, we want to say structs seem to be interleaved, but so we'll be here and we'll say class element registry, and we'll say is there anything that's custom element related? Set custom data. We're going to say custom element registry. Look up custom element registry. I think that was the algorithm. Was look up a custom element. I'm not going to put a. This seems fine. And then in element, we'll take this algorithm. We're going to take that and put that into NSI node, which is here, but it's not in my buffer list. Store it here. Here it is. So again, custom element. Find somewhere sort of related to put it. Files are huge. Gosh, where do I put this? Okay, I'm putting it at the end. Not even putting it at the end. Putting it at the end. Where's the end of the namespace? Here somewhere. Genuinely don't know where to put this because it's such a large. I'm gonna go here. So custom element registry, NSI node, look up element registry. There's if we're an element, we're going to get the custom elements one. Otherwise, if we're a root, we're going to get. We also need if we're going to be in here, we need an else if shadow root as. Is there an as shadow? No. There's going to be a document. Sure. Document. Oops. And let's also in element CPP, let's just change this to be set custom element, set custom registry, lookup element registry. We'll go, and then we need to go back to NSI node. This needs to return. Return. Like that. Error. Unknown type custom element registry. Did you mean Mozilla DOM custom element? Probably. That was in the H file though. I guess this can return null. No. There's nothing here to deal with the fact that this returns null, which is interesting. Also, I just noticed that this said this should be before the try to upgrade. I think we want to put this here. I think I want to simplify this. To like, I think there's full element as custom element registry. Return lots. Well, there's a more elegant way to do that, but that will do. Then here we can just say if not has this is looking pretty tight. If it's null, and we've just got if has custom element, if not has custom element registry, then set the custom element registry, and we've got set custom element registry. The result of looking up custom element registry, and we've got look up custom element. I just noticed as well, this says on the parent, and so this needs to be a parent dot lookup custom registry parent. I had to stand up, had to speed through the last stuff you did. Yeah, my bad. But good that you're back. So I can give a quick recap if you'd like, but we're pretty much just tackling this line where we've I think this is done, right? We are we're setting the custom element registry if it's not set based on the parent. Included descendant is connected and is an element. And we're not saying is an element here. Maybe we need to. We'll find out when it builds and crashes. But otherwise, it says otherwise if the following are true. This is the next case that I think we need to handle. So I think what's happening here is there's potentially two conditions, right? One is this is a element that's being inserted. I mean, there's other conditions as well, but like in this particular case, an element being inserted. If an element is a custom element, in this case, not default elements. Well, so I think we want to do this for built-ins for default elements because we want to set the custom element registry such that when you do inner HTML on one of the built-ins, you're getting the right registry. So it always needs to be set even on a built-in, I think. We should also probably guard these at some point, but figure that out in a bit. So yeah, there's this. So run the insertion steps, and then if it's connected at element, so connected is in compose doc. We're not saying it's an element. Well, it's intrinsically an element because it's on element. Would this also help with attaching a style sheet to a registry this way? Out scope. A lot of people talking about this stuff, having duplicate styles. That's super interesting. Yeah, you could add adopted style sheets to a registry such that whenever a shadow root is initialized with said registry, it just accumulates, like it can adopt all of the adopted style sheets in a custom registry. Interesting way to think about that. Just raise an issue. I think that's worth talking about. Oh, we didn't define registry here. Bull has custom registry. You've seen people talk about people talk about attaching style sheets to a custom element registry. Not seen. I think it's a pretty fresh idea. I agree. It's an interesting one. I could see the utility, especially like for design systems where you're probably just going to have one custom element registry for your entire design system. It could be a really cheap way to just sort of like, or a really ergonomic way to attach like associated data with the custom element registry. I'm making this const. I shall. It's not modifying any data members, so it can be const. What else? Oh yeah, we need to do this shadow root bit. So this isn't going to run this algorithm, right? Because this is inside element. We need to find out where shadow root does the same thing. So maybe we've got a similar comment to this elsewhere. It doesn't look like it, but what we could also do is we can go to bind to tree. Search for bind to tree. Looks like probably here. Talk to you later, Pascal. As this is bind to tree and this calls element base bind to tree, makes me wonder. Bind to tree exists on shadow root. So I go to the definition. What are you doing? Overrides is just on element. I don't think in a styled element shadow root comes on styled element. So generic element, all element. So this is an override. What does it override? Styled element base. Styled element base is element. That was a fun circular journey. It's unstyled element view transitions. Where else does it get called though? Generic element. We bind to tree. Or overrides as the uses. No uses. Oh, there is uses. Well, these are all overrides. What if we search for substring? Document fragment has bind to tree. Shadow root. shadow root has bind. Get a loose shadow? I don't think you can. You can only do it with attached shadow. Then you can't remove that shadow. Maybe bind is the right way. I think we could look at this from the outside as well. We could try and do a test. So so the bit that we are what does attach shadow do? Maybe this will like try and attach a shadow root. Other warnings. Redefinition of root with different type on NSI node. So elements of shadow host. Use shadow root. Wise move. Let shadow be a shadow root whose no document is elements, don't document host is element mode. Negates focus. Set shadow assignment, set shadow. Where does it actually set the shadow host? Ah, set elements shadow root to shadow. Presumably it has to set it has to somehow bind the shadow root to a tree, but I can't see where. Certain node for each node, a shadow host. Cool, this works anyway. I don't know what we're going to do about the other bit, but this bit, what we've effectively done is when you insert a node, if it doesn't have a slot for its custom elements, it will be bound to the shadow root slot. So in our custom custom element, we should be able to go away. Redraw. What do you want from me? Get rid of the command line thing. Elements. So should be able to say something like new custom element registry. We create a div. We're going to say document create element div. Custom elements should be window custom elements. We're then going to say shadow root append div. And here we can then say div custom elements should equal registry. Unattached. Attached. Feels like it's spelled wrong. Yeah. Unattached elements should have global registry. Elements attached to shadow root should adopt their registry. And then if we said div remove, div custom elements should still be registry, right? Because this slot has been assigned, it shouldn't be removed. So we should be able to say elements removed, retain their. So elements created from document not to change registries when their registry hot. And we should be able to do the same pretty much. But this one is going to be, well, it's also going to say shadow root, the other shadow root append div elements moved, and so created should not change registry when they're not change registries as they move between shadow root. Excuse me. Crushes. This could be Because lookup custom element registry returns null, perhaps. I feel like clicking this one is right. It's the line below, but it doesn't want to do it. Registry. Maybe that's the problem. I'm gonna search for whilst about it. Enable static refs. Yeah, so we should say static refs. Scoped. Yeah, what we actually called it. Scoped Custom Registries enabled. I think that's right. Run the WPTs and then we'll compile that and see what goes on. Nothing is. Real. Run the tests. There we go. We got an error still. We need to look up why this is happening. Another probably null pointer. But anyway, we can build this and see if the static pref works. Like it should. Yeah, it does. And what we can also do is so we can say Mars assert be enabled. We should only call this method when we actually when this has been enabled. Likewise here. This will help us because this will crash if we haven't done this. It also means that we should make sure that we are guarding every time. That's the only call there. Call there. Get custom elements is the binding has the pref on it, so that should be fine. Extended DOM slot. And a but can it be null? Static classes, no. Casting. Set extended slots. True, so if we don't have it, we set it and then we return it. So it seems like this would, despite returning a pointer, this actually doesn't return null. Somewhere else that's failing, I guess. So if we set it and then we're gonna call upgrade, I guess there's like a lot that goes on here, right? And in fact, I'm just gonna comment out on what was the new one? We'll focus on this test, folks. So this one caused a crash. So let's just do this, if it still crashes. Still get a crash. Why would we still get a crash? Same as this. Add another build. I'm curious about this crashing. So could potentially be this, turning a null pointer. You don't. Oh. Wasn't this? This was the test. So the only test. Ah, so there's one down here as well. Could potentially be crashing. is it a test? So only tests. Oops. The only tests that we've added are commented out, so there should be no crashing now. Still crashing. Introduced a crash somehow. I don't understand why. We know when we did a commit, we had a healthy build. So if I shelve, nothing. If you heard that. Got squirrels running around on my... Alright, I think I'm going to go for break whilst this compiles. Have we compiled? Feels like we're getting close. Yeah, there we go. Right, so running this test gets us. It passes. Okay. VHG and shelve. Just without recompiling, running this test should still pass. Does. We take these and uncomment them. We should get some failures. And we get some failures. That's good. Now let's scrutinize the diff. See if we've got anything did. So we added an assert. We added this has, which also gets the assert. We added get custom elements, which gets the assert. We're asserting here that we have the flag enabled. We look up at the registry. We've got this has on the header. We've got lookup on the NSI node. That's also got the assert. Added a custom element registry for definition. Formatting errors. That's a declaration of lookup custom registry. More formatting. I wonder, can I do revert by this needs a revert. Oh, garbage. Touch any of this. Formatting. So we'll revert those. Look at the diff. Yeah. This looks in line with what we want. So, back build. It shouldn't suddenly start crashing. Less. Yeah, I can't see anything that jumps out. Double check. Do moz assert. Like prefs. Yeah. Not doing anything super weird here. Dots, underscores. Oh. Also has dashes. I can't imagine that would also be an issue. Oh, regex. There's some dash ones. Information off screen throttling. Yeah, they get converted to underscores, so seems fine. I wanted to double check that it's not doing anything weird, but I don't think so. HGF. Okay, so Scoped Custom Element Registries. Getting an assert. As is new elements. The diff on wondering if there's something peculiar. I think this probably wants to be renamed get because it oh. Probably add some of this stuff in as well. So shadow roots, UP. Are we fully compiled? Can I run the tests? I want to do. Come on. Right. This shouldn't crash as far as I'm concerned. It's weird that it's crashing. Is it still crashing? Why is it crashing? I don't know what has substantially changed. Element. Let's just add asserts everywhere. So in shadow root, get custom elements. Good. Also have this. Formatting. It containing, so create HTML element now has a we pass the root to somewhere. The lookup, isn't it? Lookup custom element, definitely. The root. Change here somewhere, I don't know. We want to probably add a guard wherever it is. Sure, it is an NSI. Oh, NS content utils. This one. Get custom element registry. There's content utils. Oops, still. No. NS. Registry. Now this just calls a doc custom element, which will potentially did we add this? We didn't add this, right? I think this we want to. It's going to be a document or a shadow root. Probably want to. Maybe in document or shadow root. Or shadow root. It's just the. It's just this code, right? It says if it's a document, get the doc shell, get that in a window, return custom elements. Probably what we want to do is say else if this is else if static prefs enabled, we're asserting that it's a shadow root. It can only be a document or a shadow root in the class document or shadow root. Maybe what we should do, say if here we're going to return, otherwise we will say owner doc document. I think maybe owner doc. I think we want to say maybe there's an easier. Maybe we should flip these conditions. We should say good. I think we want to say like root, return root custom element. Otherwise, we're going to return owner doc. I think. Probably not custom elements. It probably needs to be like this whole stuff. This needs to be an else. Didn't like owner doc. We root dot owner doc then. Does this have custom elements? Oh. I think we're gonna have to just do this above code. Nice. As we said, do this, the easy thing. I think, oops, well, maybe nope, it still crashes. I think this is the right choice. Yeah, we still got to figure out where it's crashing. I wish I could get the debug builds working. Oh, I've got this. Had multiple versions, void, yeah. So mosconfig debug, mk add options, ff debug. AC options enable deep. Work, did it? Try again. See what happens. Be over in the corner doing stuff. Still crashes before it can even start up. Actually come up with anything useful when it does that? Seem to have ruined it. Mac build. What's just even saying? Quit application granted is finished. It's too late to register completion condition EU idle blocker. Haven't it? Like run. I host this now. Crashing. So what code are we entering into that is new that is making it crash? Can't be the constructor. Can't be custom element. Gate element. Is lowercase ASCII, but that was just moving a file functioning. Document of shadow comments this function. Which now changes. Comments. Could be this bit. Null pointer for root. This looks like this debug build is finished. Fails to run. But I wonder if unit. Debugger GDB. Run. Yes. Patch it by the PID. It all just exited. I really need to load a bunch of stuff. Oh, doing the same thing is exiting because I need to what is P run? Try P run. Nope. I don't understand why immediately killing over. It should break, right? If it sees a error, or it should give me some information about the error. Not. New threads, full. JavaScript error, fine. Do another shelve. It's not fun. We're gonna watch another 20 minutes of build. What am I doing? Mac build. Let's build the debug one. I understand it, there's no new code that's actually ended up getting rerun. I don't know why it was suddenly throwing errors. Not very helpful that QB or even just well, it just didn't even open at a certain point. New compiles kicking off. I'm imagining this is going to be twice as slow. Whilst this is going, let's just do this. So that was the change that we just added, but that didn't cause. We added an assert. We added a method. We added an assert. Guarded by an if, so this run. Header file. That's an assert. That's an assert. Null pointer here. Throws a security error anyway. I think. A different. Yeah. This is such a tiny set of changes. It's so frustrating that they completely fall down. Guess we'll add these one by one very slowly. Got carried away, added too many changes at once maybe. Followed by default. False by default, so yeah, it shouldn't have scaled over. I'm confused by all of this. I feel like I want to edit a video that is like 10 minutes long of just the success of all of this. Make it look like I actually know what I'm doing. Because there's probably 10 minutes of actual coding if I edit together all these videos, I reckon there's probably 10 minutes of me writing lines of code, and just 16 hours of me staring at compilers and not knowing what I'm doing. I reckon I've got to do a supercut, right? Fun trying to edit all this footage down. Phosphorus. On my videos when they're getting recorded. Oh, they're chunky boys. 85 gig. Video. No, where is it all? Video. Yeah. There's what this? My 2 terabyte drive? What? My 5. Got like a 500 gigabyte drive. I think that's separate just for these recordings. I think that's where it is. Anyway, that's totally irrelevant. What? Failed to build? Why did it fail to build? I haven't done anything. It's literally an empty repository now. I don't know. The whole compile thing is such a drag. How can you fail a build that's like built an hour or 2 ago? Now you pass. Ah, what's going on? Let's build that one. Let's try and add these changes in bit by bit. I know this is probably an excruciating thing to watch, but we're going to do that. That's what we're going to do. So I'll look at R2. I want to unshelve a single file. Is that even possible? Shall I? We just want to unshelve that one. Do that. So we know that's good. That's not going to change anything on the compile. and get this running. Hey, cool. Right. That's running in GDB now. We might be able to expect where errors come from if this thing kicks into. My terminal just crashed. What's going on? Come on. This is. Break. Place to break. Bind. Bind to tree. Element. Guess this is going to be DOM base element CPP. Hanging. Not a usable tool. Who is able to use this tool? Push tab and it's hanging. So let's look at the rest of this. The testers should have gone. Great. I don't think we need anything in an NSI node, do we? What do we need in an NSI node? H. We just added this one line, and the rest of this is noise. So let's go to NSI node, and we'll just. Here we want. Yeah. Right, that's the one thing in NSI node. So I should be able to compile this. Get rid of this for now. Seems like my Emacs doesn't like it when I resize this. I don't know why. Let's build this and see what happens. We shouldn't, this should, like, adding a header should not change any crashing, right? Can't find custom element registry, so we need to add class custom element registry. Maybe change. Well, that change in. There should be one change that we can just add, run the tests. Nothing should have changed because this is never getting called. Then I'll commit that. I can't believe I'm having to do this, but we are. Bit of push. More changes. Where's the build? The diff. Down. Range. Deploy was skipped. Work? No. Oh, this is the HTML poll anyway. Not the dumb one. I don't know if I want to look at raw HTML code. Be interactable like this. I'll wait for the build to kick in. There should be a preview button here. It's not having it. We're in the hour. We're in the third hour, and this seems like the theme of the third hour is a slump. Excuse me. Oh, this compile is taking forever. I feel like I spend my entire life watching this little thing tick over. We are done. Right, so should be able to run these tests and then nothing should have changed, right? There shouldn't be crashes. If there's crashes, I'm gonna just give up. Right, cool. So we know we can commit this one change, right? Because it's just a method. There's nothing untoward here. Commit this. Next change is adding the assert shadow root, get custom elements. I feel like I want to do that. Do this. And wow, let's take. Cool. Great. That was in shadow root. Hold on, has it just tried to... Yeah, this is just unshelved everything. Rather than the one I asked for. Just... Not even the half... has gone on. I already had this in no. So confused. Look up element registry. It's just added a second one. Well, I guess because it was. Come on. Why? Oh. Look forward to them moving to Git. I don't recall Git ever taking this long to do anything. Okay, we want to revert that. We don't want to revert any of these. We just revert that one change. Then I think we want to shelve this. I'm going to do a build just in case. There should be no changes, but who affected by this now? Shelve. We got this default now. Unshelve. Well, I should be able to just do dash I, right? Troubling that it's a whole recompile. Or a very long recompile by the looks of it. Right, so if we just unshelve this one assert, all I want to unshelve, and we're going to rebuild. If this crashes, then we know that this is what one assert is the problem. And I can't even remember where that one assert was. Why is it doing a full recompile? It just did a compile. Why do you make me wait so long? Do not know why this is a full recompile. I've got to go for a break again. Cool. This should do nothing, right? This should still fail, but it shouldn't crash. Cool. Because we just added an assert. Why would an assert crash? That would be ridiculous. So, what else was in this? I think this is the right thing to do. This was added last as well, so I am tempted to make this change, do a rebuild, because this change basically says if the preference isn't enabled, do the old behavior. What else do we have left? Null pointer here. Why is this passing without this? Or building without this? Because actually the that wasn't even part of this. As custom element registry we could add. And we could add the set on the asserts here and here. Those are the only changes other than that. Obviously this. Big recompile. Hey Pascal, things are going mid. We had a crash, and I've been trying to piece together where the crash is coming from, and unfortunately, I couldn't get GDB working. I tried getting GDB working, and the crash seemed to just totally hose the app, like to the point where it couldn't even run it. It just immediately crashed before it, like it would show a window, but it would just wouldn't even paint anything, wouldn't even paint any of the browser UI, because I think Firefox uses custom elements in the browser UI, so I'm guessing that crash was coming from like kind of like probably this line of code or something. So we're just slowly adding stuff back in, recompiling, and checking that it's working. And then we will hopefully that will help to diagnose the issue. So you haven't missed much. I've been sitting here watching recompiles for the last 40 minutes. But I think there's been some movement on the specs today. Cool. Some spec. Changes a little while ago, but HTML 1. One's had some more recent changes, like 3 hours ago. I guess I could pull this locally, build it, but there's no there's no preview thing here, so we can't look at it. Oops. Yeah, I'm gonna do this one. Normal front-end stuff, no compilation, but I remember Java and Arduino things, pilot things are such a trip every time. Totally. Like, I think Mozilla is one of the least egregious. It sounds like it's done anyway. Some of the builds on like Chrome, a fresh build on Chrome without any of the caching stuff is like 9 hours for me. It is not something that you want to do frequently. Cool. Right, we're passing. So this was this change, which I think is a good change. I guess we should run the whole test suite as well. Make sure there's no crashes overall. Right, so this should have I'll build output. Wait, what did it actually? Valid auth configuration. Entities Inc. permission denied. I want to build the HTML. Come on. Right, this is cool. So all of the scoped registries stuff is like still looking fine, except for these two failing ones, which is really fine. What I might do is actually do a WPT update, and then when we run, we'll just get a pass. I think caching stuff you see more and more with monorepo repositories like Microsoft's. Yeah, Chrome. The Chrome team have something that they call reclient, and that is reclient takes that 9-hour build down to like 20 minutes, and it's like a couple of minutes for rebuilds with reclient. The problem is you're building symbols and then like the caching thing is like a build server that's somewhere. You're basically downloading a bunch of remote code, right? Which is a terrible idea if you can't trust the people who are pushing the remote code. So it's gated. So you have to like ask for access, and you can only some people can get access. So typically Microsoft employees get access, and Chrome, obviously, like Google employees get access, and I think Agalia and some other trusted companies. But if you're just like a random Joe, and you're like, hey, can I have access? They're going to say no. I have access because, well, I guess technically I'm a Microsoft employee. I work for a Microsoft subsidiary. But also I've done enough commits that I have somehow gained enough trust to have access to the shared build servers. And yeah, it only works on Linux as well, which is spooky. Like, you can't be on a Mac and do it. So let's unshelve this. Yeah, let's unshelve this. What I'm gonna do, DOM base comment. So we added as custom element registry. Element registry. Added an assert here. I'm gonna comment out this assert, comment out this assert, and comment out the bind tree if condition added. Yeah. Right. So this should build. If I can type, this should build, and there's no substantive changes that would cause this to crash. I should be able to rerun the whole test again. If this recompiles all the way and we don't get a crash, I'm going to be very annoyed. Because it just means that the compiles are not deterministic enough, right? Like I can just hack away on this until at one point it just decides that it's going to start crashing, and I have to start basically from scratch recompiling bit by bit. Like we have to discover where this, what I assume is a null pointer exception, is happening. Here's another return. Might cry. I don't understand why it's such a long recompile now as well. I guess element touches a lot of code, like element H as well. Want to look at the diff? So this is it. This is the diff. We've got like a comment element which does a function which does nothing, like it's never called. Comment, more comments, and the definition for the element that is never called. This should be like, this should pass, right? There's no reason why this wouldn't pass. Meanwhile, we can say multi-page index HTML. Somewhere that has opened. Here we go. This is the HTML pull request. Looking for a heading to hang off of. Plate element. Elements. element registry and element panels. The template element will probably have. Oh, this is custom elements. The element registry interface. So this has the create element and find subtree, presumably with their algorithm. If name does not match the XML name production, then throw a DOM exception. Otherwise, the result of creating an element in the HTML namespace true. Okay. We check our implementation. Nope. Come on. Create element. So doesn't match the name. Pretty sure this is this check CQ name. Doesn't have a doc. Okay. I'm pretty sure this is probably part of the create element steps as well. Back. We call set custom element registry here. This should probably also have an assert actually. But at any rate. I didn't change anything in this particular bit, this create element. Okay, so we passed. Like we got expected results, which is good. Let's add this here. Obviously, this shouldn't really do anything. Like, shouldn't blow up. Pass. Yeah, great. Awesome. Right, let's commit this. That. Comments in a method. And definition. We don't need the head file anymore. We want to look at the comments. So let's uncomment this because this shouldn't fire unless we've got this enabled. So we'll do a build. I would really like to go faster than this. Very slow way of doing these changes. Make one line change, recompile. It's very slow. Right. So let's run the tests and we should see them all pass still. No crashes. Fantastic. Same again here. Go on. Still pass. These are all asserting a true thing anyway, because in this test, in this whole directory of tests, this is set to true. I'm going to run it on all of custom elements just to see if we get any crashes there. Shouldn't have any crashes here, but yeah. We're calling into some code somewhere that's doing an assert. I think is what's happening here. So we had 3 crashes: upgrade, shadow root, and upgrading. So we're calling somewhere in this whole patch of code that we've got, we're calling into one of these that's doing an assert, I reckon. And that's what's failing. So let's go to custom elements upgrading, I guess. How big is this? Any lines? Do some A/B testing. Let's comment out like this many tests. This was so one of these tests. Excuse me. This test. Nope. Right, we got a crash. What was this test? This one disables shadow roots. Patch shadow calls mode open. Shadow roots CPP. Patch shadow. Where's get custom elements called? Where is attached? Back to our patch. This is wrong patch. Patch. On element. Also. What did we change in attached shadow? Passing registry. To shadow root. Bring up the test one more time. So we're calling attach shadow. Calling define an upgrade. Could be any one of these things really that's causing the crash, but I reckon it's the shadow. If I comment out just this, rerun the test, still think we're going to get a pointer, like a null pointer exception. Maybe I'm going to be proved wrong. Maybe it's define, or is it upgrade? Okay. Upgrade. Interesting. Is element instance of, it seems to be upgrade. Don't think we changed upgrade. I didn't change upgrade. Custom element registry. Did change upgrade. Get the containing shadow root. Box. We look up, get the definition of the document. Just returns end document. Get containing. Wait, what is this on? This was on the node info manager, but get containing shadow root. Containing document or shadow root. So document or shadow root. Should return. Might return null pointer. So if it's in an uncomposed doc. What's the difference? Exactly the same function. No, because if it's in a composed document. So it could be that the null pointer is happening here. So if we go back to, so this was just get document. Use node, not node info. Yeah. Node info doesn't store the document. Was upgrade say document or shadow root. Root. If not root. Root equals node info doc get document. Well, let's actually yeah, whatever. That just returned m document, didn't it? So root. Cool, that's passing now. So now I want to run the whole test suite, and we'll see if we are all passing. That's that one null pointer error fixed. And we could refactor this a little, and we could say, well, no, probably the easier one. That all passed. So I'm gonna commit. Oh, I still commented out stuff. Yeah. So let's just make sure that all those pass as well. Okay, great. Okay, I think we may have found the root of that then. So, assuming that is the root, well, we're going to commit. Come on. Life. So we've guarded there. And we've just uncommented that's do a mos fab commit root or node info. So we had some as custom element registry. We had some commented out code here, I think. No. Here. Let's add this back in. Do a build. We should, in theory, fingers crossed, we should get some unexpected passes now. What I want to see. If we get some unexpected passes, I'm happy. Let's go back to registry. Do you reckon we could do this? Is that what you're suggesting? Do this instead. We have some crashes. Scoped. We have lots of crashes. Like all of them crashing? Looks like it is. Registry constructor tentative. Crashing. This didn't used to crash. This one we got passing. It can only be this change that we just did, right? Not this one, this one. Iffle. All the crashes. So must be in lookup custom. It's this, isn't it? I bet it's this. What's it saying? Oh, do I sing it to Bull? If I do. Error. Oh, I did the same thing here. So yeah, this can't be this. This needs to be way. Or I guess we could make this a ternary, right? I don't know what's cleaner. There's no reassignment going on, which is kind of nice. Right, fingers crossed. Gonna pass. Yeah. Why is it failing? Do some printf debugging. Could it be has column registry? What do? We get the existing DOM slots and we say if the slots this looks fine. I don't think it's that. I think the lookup one. This is an element or get custom elements. Did we see some printfs? Did not. Calling elements. Where it would be nice to have the debug build. Maybe I will try. Yet again, I'm going to try. There are a bunch of prints. Scoped Custom Element Registry saw the exception. Which was here. The test need an ini. It's already got the ini file in the whole directory, so need some checks might block going further in the code itself. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I think that the problem is the opposite, that like those checks are passing, and so the other code is fine and passing, but this one is specific, like the other code is skipping those checks, like the other parts of the test suite, whereas this one is not. Let's try this. Run db. So I should be able to say DOM base element cpp 5499. Yes. Run. Should see bring to life. Okay, we're on a breakpoint. Continue. Seem to work. Continue. Are we seeing this spring to life yet? I don't think that's very strange that it's calling set custom registry so early. Calling it on so many. I would have thought lookup custom element registry. I think the problem is that lookup custom element registry is always returning a custom element registry. Probably want it to not. Did we not move it a bit more up? Did move a bit more up. It is up. It's above this, which is where it should be. Yeah, we don't want set custom element registry to be called for every element. we only want to call it when it's not the global ink. So lookup custom. If it's an element, if return has custom element, element registry. Otherwise, this is a null pointer. Let's try to upgrade. Yeah, here. This is correct per the spec. Somewhere. I've lost the spec, but it was part of it. I'll look at it in a second. I want to. Steve's asking, does this make sense? I mean, stuff so far makes sense. Is there anything in particular you think? We do a recap for Steve. I'm sure we could do a recap for Steve. Okay, what's the recap? So we well, how much of a recap do we want to do? We've got custom element registry. We've implemented create element. We've implemented the constructor. We have implemented the create element. There's a slot inside of element, which stores the elements custom element registry, right? And so we say every element has a get custom elements method or dot custom elements as a property on the element. What this will do is it will return the global custom element registry unless there is a slot, at which point it will return the slotted registry. So every element can kind of bind its own registry. And this is a read-only property, so once it's bound, it can't really be unbound. And we have this to say, like, well, does the registry have a bound registry? Does the element have a bound registry? And we obviously have the setter. Then during connection, what should happen is there's this lookup custom element registry. And we're just working through that. That's yet to be defined in the spec. We're trying to figure out what that should really do, I guess. But in the spec, it does define when an element is added that it should, because it now has a tree, can't hear. There should be audio. Yeah, so the element in the tree should when it has a tree, it should look up the tree, right? So it's got a parent. So now it can use the parent to look up the custom element registry of the parent. If the parent has a custom element registry bound, then it should set this registry to that, right? So that when you insert an element into a tree that has a bound custom element registry, it adopts that custom element registry, so to speak. So if we set the break DOM base element CPP, I'm so glad this is now working. Yes. Whoops. 2219. Run. Steve says that's not my understanding. Okay, please do educate us. I would love to know what we should be doing. I didn't want T219. Flow break del 1 del 2 break base element CPP 2220. When an element is created, it's with a specific registry, so why does it ever have to adopt one? When an element is created by calling custom element registry.create element, it is assigned a registry. Document create element is always the global registry. That is not my understanding of the revamped proposal. My understanding on the revamped proposal is that document create element will have a fluid registry. And when it is adopted into a document, that registry will be set. And as far as I can see, that is the case in this spec. So it says on the insertion steps, if inclusive descendants custom element registry is null, and there's nothing that sets it other than this area, it says if it's null, then you need to set the custom element registry to the result of looking up the custom element registry given inclusive descendants parent. I didn't see that. That seems kind of weird. Yeah. I can agree and disagree. Like, I do think it's kind of weird, but I can kind of get it. I think that it allows you to just call create element, then pop the element into a shadow root, and then have it upgrade as if it were part of that shadow root's scope. So either way, you're going to get this weird behavior, right? If you don't do that, that means document create element, you can put stuff into shadow roots that have the same local name but have entirely different. The entire point of this proposal is that registry is explicit. The registry is so let me go back to my point. So if you don't have this kind of floating registry slot, if you had a shadow root and the shadow root has a custom element registry and it defines foobar, if you then if you then call document create element foobar, you've got an element with the same local name but with a different custom element definition, right? Which is fine because they exist in different hosts. Like one is light DOM, one is shadow DOM. When you append that, you can very easily have exfus in the same scope with different definitions. You can, but you have to. The way that you would do that is you would have to use either custom elements dot create element instead of document dot create element, or you would have to do some shenanigans where you append a unstamped, let's call it. So document body append registry A and registry B. Yep, those both still work. Okay, so the piece that we haven't covered yet is create element on custom element registry, which is suddenly not here. Create element. There it is. Oops. This is create element. This calls set custom element registry on this. On the element to this. So an element using a registry create element method has a stamped, like it has a populated custom element registry slot. So the code that you're referring to, and just for the benefit of like not the chat, you do something like this. Oh, that's weird. if you do something like this, when registry create element gets called, it's going to call set custom element registry, which means that this xfoo will always be attached to this registry. The difference is if you call document.createElement xfoo, this has no registry slot. It will only get a registry slot if you were to do shadow root with registry a dot append. Let's call this x. Right at this point, slot is set, or somebody set us up the slot, I think is a more appropriate way to say that. So these are slotted, this is unslotted, and then it becomes slotted, and that is the heuristic. I'll wait patiently for a response. It's not shadow root, it's anything with a registry set. Yes, exactly, yeah. So if you also then said let thing with registry B, ignoring this, if we actually said thing, we said thing, right, this is the same thing. Yeah, exactly. So if we also said thing with registry B inner HTML equals xfoo like this. This indeed would be the xfoo in registry B. The only weird case that happens is document create element. Anything that is made with document create element does not have the registry slot set, and so it's kind of a floating element, or it has a floating registry. But as soon as it's reified into a tree, it no longer is going to have a floating registry unless the rest of that tree doesn't have, unless the rest of that tree has a floating registry. So with that said, I think this seems to be working how I wanted it to. So I want to run the WPTs, but I need to run them with this profile now. Oh. Run them with this debug profile. Having a slightly negative initial impression of this floating registry thing. I didn't know it was part of the proposal. I mean, I could be wrong, but it's my understanding of the proposal. Like custom element registry. Custom element registry. Probably a bit. Somewhere in somewhere in here. No. Custom element registry. Somewhere in here it defines elements. I cannot find it now. Create element. Yeah, this is so these are still crashing all over the place. So let's run try debugger. We want to break on go on base element run. Remember my GDB command. Next. Step I. What is it? Step. So we are on line 500. Watch a custom element registry. Like the variable. The X. Okay, this is a pointer, I guess. So step. Get existing slots. Oops. Next. Slots. Oh, he died. That's fascinating. Base element. The element should support an associated custom element registry exposed through the custom elements getter. This impacts elements created through inner HTML and such as set HTML unsafe. Will allow using the non-global custom element registry outside of shadow routes. Steve, you're saying if an element has a shadow root with a null registry, it has a null registry. If the shadow root, if the element was in a shadow root with a null registry, it has a null registry. You have to consider what to do when that element is set into the document. Since there's currently no way to set the registry of an element, it didn't adopt the registry it's inserted to. It was effectively dead. If it currently no way to set the registry for an element, there is. Anything with a null registry should be allowed to set a registry one time. When you append an element into a tree, initialize shadow root is the only way. No. You can only set the shadow root you can only set the element registry one time. That is true. That one time is not web exposed per se. Like you can't just say custom elements equals on an element. That is what would make sense to you, what like a web exposed custom elements equals. I think the idea is that it is more implicit because there are lots of conditions where that will have been set without you necessarily, like, it would be very tricky to understand when that isn't set, I think. Like, for the most part, we want it always set. Just that the edge case is like if you create a disconnected element, right? But as soon as your element is, then you would never set this magic registry. So the edge case is pretty much just as disconnected elements. As soon as it's inserted into a tree, as is my understanding at least, it should have a registry set. It can go from null to something. Yeah, it can go from null to something. And that happens as soon as it's inside of a tree. Steve says, my take would be whatever gives you your registry. That is true, with the exception of document create element. So any other thing that creates you, inner HTML or custom element registry.create element will set custom elements, and so you will have a registry at that point. And so again, the only thing that has this floating registry is document create element. That's my understanding of the spec so far. Well, the spec is spec is half done. So like I could be wrong. It could be that that isn't the case. So this is element, It has a custom element registry question. Shadowroot has a custom elements. See, it's null or a custom element registry object. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, we're like, there are kind of disparate implementations that all do different things at the moment, and we're kind of solidifying on a spec. And if we don't like the thing in the spec, we propose that it be changed. But we still need to figure out the edge cases. There is no way to have it do all sensible stuff. It has to do a weird thing somewhere. It's just where we choose that weird thing to be. If I do document create element xfoo, it certainly upgrades and gets the global registry. Xfoo is defined on the global registry. Yeah, in theory, like it would have to, because otherwise that's a breaking change. If xfoo is defined on the global registry and you set but the create element steps haven't been defined yet, or like the changes haven't been defined yet. So on attach shadow, we have this custom elements, and that sets it. And then if you append in there, you get it set. Yeah, I guess on document create element, we would have to do some magic where you have a definition, you have to set document create element would define a fluid registry unless that's clearly spec'd, but anyways, I was looking at this ref point stuff. I think this is where the crashes happen. I think this could do this. In case of an element created in a null registry and moved to another, that would need to get a registry unless there's a way to set a registry for an element. Yes, that is the case. That happens implicitly in the browser. So if you move an element into a tree, it will get the registry of that tree if that tree has an explicitly set registry. Like the registry kind of like inherits, right? But as soon as it's set, it's locked. That's that's the steps that we're currently implementing right now. Well, just run and see what happens. I would propose that we just don't do that. That's fine. I think that's a totally reasonable thing to propose. We're getting stuck by the cycle collector stuff. All right. This is possible solve. Someone left some comments on this pull request about cycle collection. Shadow root. So shadow root. Line 42. unlink the same. Steve says. In my opinion, this really misses the chance to simplify this proposal. How to find a registry was one of the really tricky parts in the initial proposal, and it was basically the entire point of this revamp was to sidestep that. That is entirely true, and I think it does. Pascal says, yeah, but being explicit always also gives a bit of an overload if you ask me, so sensible implicit usage might be what you want. I agree. Try to sift through the spec PR and see if my perspective that's not coming on the yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think that to me this makes a lot of sense, right? Like if you don't want to, we don't want to have to set the slot on the on a disconnected node. Otherwise, like there's just like it gets really kooky, I think, if you do, because you can start appending stuff everywhere and you can have totally disparate nodes without intention. Maybe that's the preferred thing though, but it seems odd to me. I think that's the only change that's needed. You can do that now. You can't do that now because there's no such thing as a scoped registry. And so everything uses the global registry. But as soon as we introduce scoping, that is when there is the issue at hand. And that is like, now we have this concept of two elements with the same name but sharing different custom element definitions. That isn't the case today. It is not possible. My understanding is it is not possible to have two things called xfoo that happen to have different definitions behind them. You're saying with the proposal as is. Yeah, so that is intrinsic to the idea of scoped registries. It's just where we choose that thing to happen. And I think we want to mitigate that, in my opinion. So ideally, if you're appending an xfoo into a shadow root that defines xfoo when the global registry doesn't define xfoo, when you append, that should be upgraded to the scoped xfoo. That can only happen if the disconnected node has a floating custom element registry. Yeah, sure, iframes, yeah. We don't talk about iframes. Still hitting the cycle collector. More cycle collection stuff, but I never know where any of this stuff actually be. Yes, it content. fragment element. I add it there. Added cycle collection here for the registry. Or the comments pointing. But yeah. I think we're in a good place. I think it's getting stuck on like garbage collection stuff though. Excuse me. I'll analyze the diff a bit and yeah, I think the I think that any one of these proposals, there needs to be some compromise where, like, because if you call document create element, and that's the thing with the biggest gotcha, right? Is document create element is we have to understand there are two choices here. One is anything in document create element always gets the global registry as the scope, like the global registry is always set. Or it's sometimes not set. Those are the choices. And if it's sometimes not set, that gives us an opportunity to continue to use document create element. But in the context of appending it directly into a shadow root, it then can adopt that shadow root's registry, which skirts a lot of issues around existing code that like existing code adopting into a registry. If it's defined, it does get global. We can't change that. Exactly, yes. Which I think is reasonable. Nothing special about shadow root. No, correct. Element with registry append is the same. Yeah. Yeah. Element with registry, shadow root with registry. Both of those are effectively the same. Yeah, any element or shadow root with a registry, if it has a registry and you call append or enter HTML, when an element's registry can auto change seems like a legit question. I'll read through the PR with that question in mind. That is the crux of the issue. As I have read through the spec, I can't see that currently being defined because I think that it's still being worked through. But my interpretation of why that's necessary and where that gets changed is that the implementation has a slot that remains unfilled until it is filled, and it gets filled as soon as it is reified into a tree. But it means that if you call document create element, that slot isn't filled, and it's just a floating element until it's reified into a tree. Of course, caveat being if the global registry already has a scoped element for that, like a defined element for that. I mean, park that for now. So what I want to see, added anything there's need cycle collecting. Where's the file listing? Yeah. Document or shadow root. Get anything. Shadow root, inode. Shadow root. One, so doesn't. Why this vector? I think that's probably time for me anyway. I've been at this for 4 hours. I have go get some. There's document change seems like it must definitely occur. Pascal says, personally, I think personally that scoping the registry might as well apply for all elements, non-custom as custom. If you have it on document level not defined, we use the one in the document in. Shadow root define one, that's new top level, everything inside that one. If you move, it will keep the scope. Context it. where created, I mean inserted, a tree, define registry, theory define the global one inside a custom. If auto registry adoption must apply X document. Web compilation. Cross document. Auto registry adoption must at least apply cross document, or it's a web compatibility that's basically the same as iframe and iframe. Could apply the global registry and not break compat, but it has to do something. Yeah, so I think, as I understand it, you're appending into a shadow root. Like a shadow root effectively can be in an uninitialized state, just like a element from something like document create element. The thing we want to avoid, this isn't really a spec concern, but it's an implementation concern, is like every element getting a pointer to a custom element registry. We want to try and ensure that it's just global unless it's customized, right? Because the common case is that stuff's going to use the global registry, especially for all existing stuff on the web. So we don't want to add a pointer's width of memory to every element on the web when most of the stuff is using the global custom element registry. So really what we want to do is we want to check at which point is that no longer an implicit guarantee. I think the points at which that is no longer an implicit guarantee is if it has been added to a shadow root. At that point, you need to determine when the if the shadow root has a customized one, of course it needs to be bound to that. You're unclear on the memory use. The point of the memory use is like, I don't know how big an element is in memory, but let's say an element is 64 bytes in memory, or it's going to be way bigger than that. Let's say it's 256 bytes in memory, right? Every node in a DOM is 256 bytes in memory. If we set custom elements on every element, we're adding 4 bytes to that, so that becomes 260 bytes. Thanks, Stephen, for saying that. So if you're adding 4 bytes to every single element, and like a website never uses custom elements, but it has like 10,000 nodes, that's like, 4 meg of memory that you're allocating for no reason. It always has at least a getter for custom elements. Well, but getters are magic because we can lazily define memory for the getter. And so again, if you never call .custom elements, we don't have to initialize that memory. The first time you call custom elements, then we can initialize that additional 4 bytes of memory. And even if that was like, well, to do that, we now suddenly need 8 bytes, but the 8 bytes that are lazily initialized, they're still worth the cost, right? Because on those sites with 10,000 nodes, that 4 byte cost is never paid for. Therefore, your like the memory footprint on that page is still as it was. Like, we're not increasing memory on every other page. We're only increasing memory where we actually have to. It's going to be null or the global by default. Yes, so the getter doesn't have to allocate any new memory to just return the global registry, right? Because that's already been allocated by the document. And so we can reason about that without allocating new memory. What we can't reason about is, like, we need to be careful about if we just say that we haven't allocated this memory, and so the registry is global, but it's global because we haven't allocated this memory. As it moves around trees, we need another bit to determine should we are we able to allocate this memory, or is this fixed now? And so yeah, it has to be global by default. And so element custom elements element get custom elements says, have we allocated this bit of memory? If we have, return this bit of memory. Otherwise, get the bit of memory that the document has allocated. The trick is, well, how do we know when we should allocate this bit of memory? And that's the bit that where we need to interleave that very carefully into the spec. It can only be null in the case of explicitly creating an undefined custom element. I agree. Yes and no, actually. So it doesn't necessarily matter, because there's another piece to the puzzle, right? Which is that every element can also have a custom element definition. Custom element definition, in theory, could be tied to a custom element registry. So you could have a pointer chain that way. You could say, well, actually, I don't need a custom element registry because I am a custom element. I have a definition. I've been defined. And I've been defined because now I'm by being defined, I now point to a custom element registry. In theory, you could do it that way, but that's an implementation detail that you shouldn't need to worry about. If you do document create element div in an HTML xfoo, and that is defined in a global registry, the xfoo has to take again, this is an implementation detail, but it doesn't necessarily have to lock in the registry. Yes, it will, because it will be defined and it will upgrade. It has to upgrade, but it doesn't have to populate this slot necessarily. But that's an implementation detail that might be confusing matters. But like, yeah. The div doesn't. The div can still be in whatever registry, right? It doesn't have to. The div doesn't have to populate the slot. It's the xfoo inside that does, which means that if you append in the xfoo, you're like that needs to use the global registry, but the div doesn't. That can get weird as well, but that's kind of intrinsically part of this as well. The way you're imagining. Any upgraded elements made in the global registry must have an explicitly set null registry, right? Any upgraded elements made in the global registry. No, any upgraded elements that have been upgraded from a definition in the global registry will not have explicit unset magic will upgrade registry. Yeah, like let's pretend that there was just a bit that was being set. And that bit was, I have an explicit registry. Forgetting the memory stuff, just a bit that's set saying I have an explicit registry. Pretty much every element is going to have that bit set, except in the case of document create element, where you're specifying an element that is not in the global custom element registry and is not a built-in. If you do document create element div, that's not going to have the bit set until it's reified in a tree. And then it has the bit set because it will have either the custom element registry or it will like either the global custom element registry or a scoped custom element registry. This is a good conversation. It feels productive. And that's why I'm still hanging here, even though I do go and eat. And we are 4 hours and 20 minutes into this stream, so I wish I could do this stream more in the afternoons when more of America is awake. But unfortunately, I live in Europe and these are my working hours. So Steve says, for any DOM tree created in the global registry, walk it, look for an unupgraded custom element candidates and set them to auto adopt a registry on connection. For any DOM tree created in the global registry. Well, for any DOM tree in the global registry, that doesn't make sense to me. That DOM tree created in the global registry. If you're calling global registry .create element, you are intrinsically setting the custom element registry for that element. And so the upgrade steps would they would like it would have a registry bound, and so it would upgrade based on that. If you're calling document create element, it doesn't have a registry set. It would look for unupgraded candidates and it would set them to well, it would depend on whether or not they had a definition, I think. Saying not for unupgraded elements. If it's an unupgraded element, I don't think it should have it set. Yeah, it should be floating if it's not upgraded. If it's a custom element and it couldn't find a definition, it shouldn't lock in a registry. But I mean, I'm basically going to do what I'm told from the spec. So if the spec says something different to what I just stated, then that's fine. Inner HTML equals big tree of unupgraded elements. Yep. The insertion steps still get run. That happens today. You need to walk it and set a bit. Yep. That is exactly what happens in bind to tree. Every element goes through bind to tree. It has a parent, and we get to this bit where we say, well, if you're in a document, then we can figure out whether or not you should be upgraded into a registry. And if you're in a document, at this point we're saying, well, if you're in a document and your parent, if you're in a document and you're not bound to a registry already, i.e. from like custom elements .create element, then look up your parent's custom registry and set that instead. So you'll always have a bound registry, right? Because you'll always say either your registry is already bound before you were inserted into the tree, or we're going to look one up and we're going to insert it. For certain edge cases, because we need to think about this, but maybe I don't need to think about this, maybe someone else does, but like, what does this do? And that's still to be spec'd. I think this should return null in some cases. I don't know what the result of that will be. There's stuff to discuss there, I guess. But yeah, inner HTML will do the same thing, I think. There is this XML DOM sync we didn't touch. Look into XML content sync. It's this we need to figure out this as well. This is the inner HTML equals bit, but it will do the same thing. This is nice because you can define a custom element outside of an MFE, let React or Vue just work as normal, and it will automatically work. Exactly. That is exactly it. Like, and it's not just like React or Vue or whatever. It's like any framework. Like the whole thing is that we like the floating registry concept then means that yeah, like no existing code has to change. But yeah, if you have like if you're suddenly if you want to opt into scoped registries, you can without changing any of the outside code. And this is like the equivalent of that like document running context. It's just like, why set a scoped registry, or why set any registry if you just don't have to? Wrong. What? Only for unupgraded elements. Yeah, sure. Yeah. That's fine though. I mean, it gets weird because, but this is always weird. There's always going to be a weird bit. There's always going to be a weird bit. In this particular incantation of the spec, the weird bit is, or incarnation of the spec, the weird bit is the unupgraded elements versus not. The alternative is everything from create element is set on the global registry, and there's no removability on that, and that means that like MFEs fail. I think those are the only two options. I should probably like bring the chat here, right, so that we can all just do pop out chat. I'm like chatting to myself on this stream effectively. Chat is just by the side. Like document create element can be global. There's nothing stopping us from implementing it like that. And everything has a fixed registry. I think that can also be a viable thing. I think it creates some problems for like it creates some usability problems, I think. The seamless integration with frameworks is just not going to work. It's too foot gunny. I don't think it's just for seamless integration with frameworks. Like the frameworks, I agree. The framework story, like I'm not super interested in the framework story. I'm not interested in adding a bunch of caveats to say like, well, we tried to help frameworks, because that you're like working against two shifting tectonic plates. Like frameworks can change on a whim. It's up to them when they change. Much harder for the web platform to change. We shouldn't like bend to speculatively guess what a framework is going to do. You're always created with a registry which can be null. Everything an initial from null. Everything an initial from null one times. X cross document unupgraded. Adopts global registry only. Number three is not. Number three is not as any of the specs as I understand them have currently been done. Every element can initialize a registry from null one time. Initialize a registry from null. Yes, that is the revamped spec as it stands today. Every element can initialize a registry from null. Cross document unupgraded adopts global registry only is not the case though, because it depends on where you insert it in the tree. It will look up with a tree traversal. If you want cross document to adopt a different registry, then you do registry upgrade. If you did registry upgrade, then you would be setting the registry, I believe. Or you should. I don't know if that's actually concretely spec'd today, but that's web exposed. You want it to be web exposed. The web exposed thing's awkward though, because like I think you ruin a lot of predictability around the property if you try and make it settable, because then you don't know when it's going to throw. You can't just get the property and be happy, because getting the property could cause it to throw. Pascal says Ryosuke is fighting that. What is that in particular? The throwing or the web exposed or the registry upgrade? Initialize from null to a registry should be web exposed for everything, not just on element internals, and an API to set it. Yeah, we could have like initialize custom element registry or initialize custom elements. It could be not on element internals. I think that's also kind of fine. Element initialize registry sounds fine. It's kind of weird though. Like, why would you have element initialize registry when you could just do custom elements.create element? You have, what is the difference between document create element xfoo dot initialize registry reg a versus reg a dot create element xfoo? They're equivalent, right? I think I'm going to call it there anyway. This has been awesome. It's been a fun conversation, but I do have to go. It is 2:30 here, and I do need some lunch. So sucks to end the chat. I guess like by all means keep on chatting. I don't know if it will actually stop the chat as I leave, but I do need to leave. I need to go get some lunch. I'm starving. So yeah, we can continue this on Discord, absolutely. Let me drop the link if I haven't already. If y'all want to join the Discord, there's the Discord channel. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to do the same thing tomorrow. I think we're not quite done yet. I didn't think we were. I didn't think we were going to be, but all right. Bye for now.